I think it's fair to say emotional, to the very, very least. The 32 is one potential next start for 4 in the Asia Talent Cup last year. And looking at the rider. Well, just like sounded like it is Carlos Cano. How much does he have? How much does he take? Then we can go away for a couple of weeks and regroup in Valencia, where it's going to be an all-out council. Rider. How well he's been working all weekend long in terms of actually made it to the race late race as well. Carpenter celebrates the 3-4 as well. Oh, special moment. Out the podium so much. Rodeep is still enjoying the moment. I think this is going to feel real until back tomorrow, so it goes to sleep tonight. But let's look at the run to the line. It was Cano who led, but Ramadipa, well, fully tucked in underneath the screen. Nearly contact between the two of them. The drag race all the way through the flag in the middle. And that's what 7,000 of a second looks like for victory. That's what you have to do to take P1 here out up. On the last lap here, how was that for you?
Yeah, I feel incredible right now. I still cannot believe what I just do in this race because it's very difficult race, very tough race. First I want to say Alhamdulillah, thank you to Astra Honda Racing Team, my team, Junior Talent Team, and also all my sponsors. I just still cannot believe what I just do, but I will keep this momentum and I will keep working hard.
And for your fans back home in Indonesia,
ya alhamdulillah ini untuk Indonesia dan juga untuk keluarga saya, ayah, ini buat ayah dan juga untuk Astra Honda Racing Team dan juga Junior Talent Team. Terima kasih sudah bekerja minggu ini dengan sangat baik. Saya membalas kesalahan saya kemarin di qualify. Saya harus start dari nomor 24, tapi yang hari ini untuk Indonesia.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you so much.
What a race we had in Barcelona-Catalunya Talent Cup. It's the 10th start to action under the sunshine. It's a great start from the 67. Kelly took the lead over their last 6 minutes like time before. Hence, as a bit of effort. Fernando Bahosa there back for a penalty, got to work his way up and some of the fall over at turn 5. Bahosa cuts his way through the order. Wants to move over at turn 5, then over at turn 10. Get a few more forwards as well. Buckberger also into the finish line for them. They're taking up here. So Bahosa shows his front wheel to Carlos Cano, showing that he is a rider in contention for the win. An incredible force to what was an incredible race. He had the long lap penalty to serve in this one, though. He nearly lost the front through the long lap. Luckily for him, the 69 would stay on, pushed his way through the order. Rick Tanhan was also having issues. However, the massive moment, Bahosa became a follower. He crashed out of the race over at turn 7, allowing Cano to use a massive swing in championship order. Cano knew he had to get to work, pushing hard with Longarella and pushing away through the field. Bertelli led most of the mid part of the race. Borelli was also there. This moment as well. Bertelli coming up forward with Mikey Blue Sanchez. 5 and 7 down at turn 10. Longarella briefly hit the front. Now championship hopes rolling on to Valencia as well as Cano began to get his elbows out. He was very aggressive over in turn 4 for Bell towards a last lap decider. Time to retire in the final lap. Cano wants to move down the inside. He led in the final sector. He led in the final corner before a photo finish with himself and Ramadiva. The 32 victory, that's at the line by 7,000 of a second. And now, Ramadiva keeps like a part of Fermi. Well, this is going to be a moment of realization. First of all, representative. Down in Park Fermi and continuing the pilot of MotoGP. Cano knows this is a huge race in the championship for him. Behind him, he won for the number 1. Now on the podium with the Indonesian flag. Taking a hand for his two competitors. 3-1 up in the air to thank you to get to for that one. Now the podium celebration. Well, doing it. Hanging out. One.
Ahí está Jean-Marc Denieux, vicepresidente de la Europa, entrega el premio al tercero.
Pushing now, trophy up in the air. Talking after that one. Top out there on the circuit, like finisher. Interesting. Now Carlos Cano. Punch on the air. So nice on that one. Well, Ramadiva. Never forget. Give a nice trophy. Rosen. Of course, recovering after injury. On the left. Had it for the whole weekend. Had the trophy. too much about it either. Now the photo for social media was back as a result. Red Bull right. And the Ramadi Pleasure winner, 7,000 of a second. Another photo finish here in Barcelona. Carlos now lap car, 6 rounds off the podium. Alvaro Lucas after aggressive race fourth, out Mozzarella, strength in the top 5. Travis Ford, 6th Bristol, and Gini in the top 8. Just the final spot inside the top 10. And that was Marty Landa and Borelli in the top 12. Tamburini, Galan and San Juan in the top 6. Rip Van Hart, final course, winning Red Bull. Nonetheless, Tamburini took up final finishing spot and Sanchez, from that one. Fernando Bajosa, who was last then. Badly for him. To a halt. No much scores in this one. And well, Carlos Cano, second place in this one. Here's him. Championship. 11 points from the advantage ahead of Valencia. Three up a few positions in the order without Mozzarella and Alvaro Lucas. Top 5 championship. Carpenter remains 6th after his podium. Fourth round of top standing. Borelli remains 10th championship and that's well. Up 11 standing. As well. For himself, outcome field and one race on show today, and what a race it was already. Went into championship and the finish that first ever forget. One that race remaining in 2025. 25 championship points up the race remaining. That's great. Carpenter remains 6th after his podium. And 4th for his top standing. Fernando Bajosa. For grabs, everything will be decided in a few weeks' time. Valencia. Cano will Fernando Bajosa. For more ECC action. Cano from here at Barcelona. So, take the decider in a couple of times. Action. Yeah. Well, fine. Yeah. Cano will Fernando Bajosa. For Jackson. Cano from here at Barcelona. So, take them to fighter in a couple of times. Morelli now forcing in behind. Like he'll go. there are to what a move that was on the run to turn one. Just holding firm all the way around the outside. Well, Martin Morelli looking at the last time, last around 1.74, obviously some lap more Brian Iriarte. So now it's time for him to regain a little bit of ground. We're on lap 6 at the moment. Of course, another thing you need to keep an eye on this was just the minute flag. So distance on lap 9, which is way that this one's really in the right position.
Two-third reason is where if there is a red flag, they'll hope not, the race will be called, there wouldn't be a restart with 4 point award. So at that point, that is when you are going to win the title, but already still be out with one to ensure that the race will be won at that point.
0.3 seconds of an advantage, but all eyes on this fight for second. Rico Salmela, after battling with injury, says 15 laps to go. Now, well, he put himself into the podium position. The boost up ahead of Casey Bonner. With a few laps to go, looks like a tough task for the 27.
It did look like a tough ask for the finish line, but in the podium contention right now. Look, the run into turn one through this final corner. Iriarte currently trying to get ahead as much as he can. The middle gap might help him at the braking point of turn one, but he'll have so many runs with his ahead.
Brilliant goes to the green on the exit of turn 30. The penultimate corner, but nonetheless, the turn one we go yet again. Iriarte on the normal racing line. Round. What we see in a few laps. Goes Salmela slightly wide distance to the fight to move at 8.4. 3 on. Of course, the winner last time out of race 1. And now first turn 3 we go. Try not to cook your rear tyre too much. So Iriarte does go wide. Well, it's a fight to move for Rico Salmela. Down the inside you look at turn 4. So the move up is made from Andrew instead. He gets ahead of the team Rios at turn 4.
A good move from Princess there. Warning coming in very strong to try to come over the rear. Up the inside at turn 5 to move back ahead of his teammate, and Iriarte just holding on to Rico Salmela.
Forced himself in 2.9 seconds in Martin Morelli's margin. Looking at the last time to 148.1 while they're just behind. Running into the next one at 48, next one 148. So just showing how much time you can lose when you're blasting out there on start yesterday while Martin Morelli is just hit his line, hit his brake marker, and if anything, it looks like he's on somebody right.
It looks like a very simple ride, somebody. Obviously, we know it isn't, but it looks like it was the way the race is playing out. Now 3 seconds clear. We saw Salmela was on the green through turn 7, and it's something to keep an eye on, because too many of those will get warnings, or eventually get a penalty, and particularly on the last lap, if you don't agree on the promotion 1 set. So something to keep an eye on, but Salmela was definitely on the green through turn 8.
Martin Morelli now takes the lead away. He leads away on to make it 7 laps. To go out the final corner we go yes again. Iriarte so strong out this final corner. And this is one of the advantages that he's got. So much tension down in the pit box. You know how important this is. A few miles though, you can't help but not smile, because one of the fights we have on our hands at the moment.
I think those smiles will get bigger as the race goes through. That was Salmela back up into through turn 1 and 2 on Pedro Rios.
Yeah, but he's Rios now dropping back down to 4. And Rico Salmela looks to take second, currently in third. He looks up the inside over at turn 4, but thinks for all again. Number 10, well, looks up the inside of his teammate at turn 4. It's a move that has been so long. Now it's turn 5, we go Rico Salmela down the inside as it sees Rios. And we're both moving nice and clean. Whatever spot now can the 51 have. Take a slightly wider approach to turn 7. No move that he made there yet again. And you can suggest as we build towards turn 8, turn 9 of the half, a turn 10. So he's going to start to reflecting now and make everything nice and tucked in down the straight.
That turn is the same place as it stands. With the championship standing graphic, 62.7 already with second time with Salmela. Rios doesn't make some mistakes, but as it stands, this is enough for Iriarte to win the championship.
Also in by Iriarte 10. You have to think about, we know how strong he is over that final corner, we know how strong he is breaking on at turn 1. So perhaps now he's just building towards the move there. Yellow flag out at turn 9, so hopefully not too much of an issue there. Very much on that one, but there is your race
leader over the line to top. Step forward down. Hard at work as he has throughout the weekend. Then Thursday at this circuit, but towards the turn 1 we go again. We're expecting to get ahead. They already had, still they got that one thing. Hit the ring and don't enjoy it. Take the normal ring to fight and somehow managed to stay ahead. But as I said, now up into the start of the three up, losing a lot of possession, and it's looking Brett that became our follower over at third time. Super disappointing there for the British talented rider.
Very disappointing. What happened? Losing the front very easy at turn 9. Very good track and a very quick corner as well. So it's a very quick corner actually coming through turn 7 and 8. Yeah, damage to Honda, but a massive save for Lucas. Hopefully he can get that all fixed up. We'll see him back in action at Valencia for the final round of
this season, but Marco Morelli leading the way at the front from Brian Uriarte, of course. Keeping Gorman back in the podium places though, ahead of Hakim Dinesh. Now, Dinesh, super experienced rider in this class, and now has some Grand Prix World Championship to take on his belt from the MotoGP Grand Prix. And certainly coming to the forefront of this one, the first time this race has seen him towards the podium battle, and he would stamp the board to the British Union.
So the strength and 83 off there. Turn 10 under break. Looks like he's got the challenge for Gorman. Perhaps Uriarte, who at one point we looked at a bit of a gap changing track, but that has come down on the run into turn 10.
Just over 4 seconds for the gap now. Then stretch that margin out. And well, simply stretch up basically towards the start finish line. Now it's the way out of final corner. And well, it's going to be another run going for Brian Uriarte. Wow, it's a good sign just to see if he can hold on to that advantage at the line. He knows what sort of position they does need to be in for this final lap. He wants to hold on to it.
It does, although it looks like he hasn't been able to hold it this time around. Goes into the corner second behind number 27, and then drops down to potentially five with finish on the inside the turn 3. Oh, a very big route through the open corners of this afternoon. Exactly what Uriarte didn't want at this stage of the race.
Yes, I think there's 3 up at the moment. Up with the second position for himself. Hakim Dinesh just behind him, and then Kiki Gorman is off the tail with their riders as Samela now spots in ahead. So, a couple of difficult corners, it's fair to say. Brian Uriarte down in second, but he's going to try and make of that order. How they stand in the championship, Joe Esteban also now through on Brian Uriarte. Another team in the championship standard. Things are still going to get tight with Flex, the 51. He gets back ahead. That's these riders.
Then we start getting nervy now. 50 points is the magic mark. 55 ahead of Morelli as it stands. It looks like Morelli has this race under control with 4.5 laps to go. So we know his points are going to change. So it depends on how many riders Uriarte passes or how many riders pass Uriarte.
Exactly. Now, head in, and Brian Uriarte now was at 2 places. Venus with Hammer on the attack too. So with a single corner, just the potential Venus one right to the back of the pack. Almost daydream for himself. Clapyard coming to his favourite point in the circle, which was ironically really wrong to all the positions last time around.
It was, yeah. It is his favourite point of the match. So he lost out last time around. He'll have to flip this time. Last time he did it, so that will be crucial. Morelli is miles out front. A replay of his braking in turn 1. And we just saw in the background the 4 riders line of third.
Yeah, exactly. Definite end as well. This is fight the back end. Just coming out of line, but luckily, lost the back end place by the time they are still sitting into the corner. The back brake, and super useful on the one. Through turn 2. So here is your leader, 6 seconds now ahead. This pack. Hakim Dinesh moving up the inside over at turn 4. Number 13 now into second place. Brian Uriarte 7 for himself. The 51, what a ride so far. Definitely finish that far down. We know how still can be. Kiki Gorman wants the attack of Samela, trying to hold him off. Samela cross line in second place. And now, let's drop back down. Brian Uriarte can update cycle at turn 7. That won't work. A difficult move to make with moving at time to our top. Very difficult overtake.
I'm slightly surprised that he would make it because we know that's not a normal overtaking opportunity. We now get the run in turn 10 and we'll see how close they are. Uriarte moving to the inside line, trying to get ahead of Salmela. Under braking at turn 10, can he get ahead of the finish line? A bit of shit. This time Manager slightly wide in the 51 moves ahead.
Right now, step in towards final sector. The championship rivals are like a dog with bone. Brian Uriarte is under so much pressure at the moment, and so far he's not made any big mistakes. This is the normal range and everything mistakes, so I'm sure there'll be a little bit in there in the back of his mind, perhaps maybe 1 or 2% in the back of his mind, thinking about the championship. But should be exciting here this afternoon. You can see the swarm of riders making their way across the pit exit as we head towards turn 1 now. Package this holds it from so Esteban is trying to on around the outside. That's 4 yet again.
54 for the number 51 on the back of Joel Esteban through turn 3 as well. We saw Uriarte take a slightly wide line for Alvarez, but this time more unconventional, like let's say, under braking for turn 4, but not making the move on Joel Esteban.
No move made just yet, but turn 5 is coming, and we have seen some moves from Brian Uriarte over at turn 5. Going to be another, not quite yet, perhaps maybe a turn 7 surprise. Yet again, a risky one as always, but it's clear, feeling comfortable, you feel pretty confident for the team. Remove the 10 rounds, looks like most of start. Nice down the inside, wide championship graphic, but a few miles in the pit spot. I'm sure they're loving the action on circuit, but at the same time, not loving the fact that it's constantly dominating the rider.
I think those might be when Mark has already wrap up this cycle, but Uriarte doing a fine job to make sure the camera up, and he's under pressure through that in turn 10, but the number 10 can't make it stick, so Uriarte stays in 4.
The next one, riders, crazy speed as always. They have the limit for this entire race, especially in the likes of turn 4 and turn 10, as they fast on. And into this now, he's in that second position now for a few laps, and continues to show that he is feeling confident before, of course, he moves here with the every time for.
So he's looking confident as well as the he's got a bit of a chance to get the man in. Across the line, Uriarte into 50 of the number 78 on the run into turn 1, using the yellow on the pit exit as much volume of the track as much as they can. Uriarte sweeping to the outside, but Esteban holds on. Uriarte wide through turn 1.
Yeah, he's wide, he's going the left bit of ground because of that, of course. He's trying to be normal speed in mind, but then suddenly there was an asphalt right in his way. However, at turn 3, he's going to make space for that one. Looking up the inside, lining up a move at turn 4 into the braking zone. We know if that is job done. Again, second place ahead of this field for Brian Uriarte, and then of course you're back into gear towards turn 5. Even there, and as I said, continuing to battle away out of circuit. He's running the moment, watching this one unfold, attacking the next, just in space of 1 lap, and drops from second position all the way back down to 7.
He has yet not the end of the race that he would have been hoping for. Just telling you to calm down as they say, lead up to Mount 66 points as it stands. That's a 5 graphic. As it stands, good enough for Uriarte to win the title. Already though, almost 7 seconds clear of this change pack.
Yeah, the rally, let's stand-up performance is very elite for him this season. It's been one of the stand performances. We've seen it on the final lap, Jules himself and Brian Uriarte. He's just managed to pick the win. However, here, it's been dominant from start to finish. Again, doesn't want to let anyone get ahead of him. However, all talking points are soon going to turn to Brian Uriarte for relative lead. But Uriarte who sits 1 lap away from becoming the JuniorGP World Champion. Encouragement from the pit wall as they head on to the last lap. The number 51 in prime position right now, although it's going to be a big group of riders heading into the braking zone at turn 1. We wait to see. Oh, there's a big crash in the background. Big crash in the background on the main straight. And of course, we'll have to wait and see what happens with that one. For double yellows will be waving there for the rest of the field. But Brian Uriarte red flag now out. The red flag out. Uriarte showing his frustration with that one. That was Adrian who says. And actually, I think he's realising exactly what this means. Brian Uriarte crossed the line. Well, looks to be in second position. The team already begins to celebrate, making sure that it's confirmed. It looks like it could become Marco Morelli was leading that one. But what a race, what a ride, what a season it's been for Brian Uriarte. Of course, we hope that Jason says it's okay. Scary incident towards turn 1. But wheeling his way on the last hunt celebration. A memory that will last a lifetime. A season of hard work. A season of journey to the top. What a journey this season has for Brian Uriarte to reach the top of Marco Morelli. He'll celebrate the race win, dominating from start to finish. A race for himself as the burnout celebration and the championship helmet comes out. It's been an incredible journey for Brian Uriarte to reach the top of JuniorGP. Years of dedication, years of problem solving, and now the Spanish star gets to reap rewards for his family and his sacrifice. He gets set to lift the crown in 2025. Journey to the top of the Grand Prix planning may just be beginning, but now it's time to soak in the moment as Brian Uriarte does officially become your 2025 Junior World Champion. That's not the way that he would have wanted it to be decided. He would have wanted to see that checker flag, see that pit board, but now it's time for the photos, the celebration, all to begin. Win after win, podium after podium, 5 wins to his name this season. Third second when the champion helmet comes on, bright goals, and I'm sure the number 1 soon to be put on front of that Bayron. As soon as Brian Uriarte entered this paddock, immediately caught the attention. World Championship. No wonder next season is what's happening. Nonetheless, we'll celebrate the championship. But now it's time for celebrations. Second place in that race. He worked hard, there was no ounce of pressure, as he has done all year. Flying top of the Grand Prix Paris. But nonetheless, still enjoyable, still enjoy such a good character in the paddock. Marco Morelli. Number 1 for 2025. Not too far away now from making his way to Park Fermi. I'm sure we'll hear the roars of his arch box making his way to Park Fermi before the screams of his fans, the screams of his team members, and of course his family. So much sacrifice, so much time in his career. From everyone here at the circuit, that's for sure. Stand up feeling and make his way into the Park Fermi now. The celebrations are only beginning here in Barcelona. Into pit lane comes the entire 72 Arch Box race. We'll be waiting for it in Park Fermi. Get the celebration, because I'm sure will last for the entire season tonight. One round to spare.
high-five punch going to secure some tears underneath the helmet. Tears of joy, that's for sure. I think it's saying that having them for the weight and them up on the map. But otherwise, so here from Brian the Archer. The first word of our 20 champion. There you go. FIM JuniorGP World Champion for 2025. Incredible stuff there. Yeah, team soaking in celebrations as much as Brian. There's no wonder getting so much work for every year. Even right to win on, work hard, the time is tough.
And they found the issues, problems that he had on board the machine.
Doesn't spend more, of course, and now preferring Spearhead Valencia,
He can head to the round.
just enjoy
The finale as a champion.
was back at this incident, and there was some contact in the middle of the pack.
The Tentangrace comes in to the right-hand side of the circuit,
And then into the path of the number 10 of Adventure said he was running into 7, but all of those
suddenly
raced over the bike in the middle of the circuit.
the red flag had to be thrown.
The right behind him. Marco Morelli, victory here in race 2, a dominant victory. How do you feel after that one?
Yeah, it's been amazing. During all the weekend we did a very good job. As we knew from the first day, we had a good supervision. So yeah. In the first race I tried to do the same, but I think it was not possible. So I tried to take the tire for the first race. And finally, I don't get the victory, but also because I was trying to save tire. No? So in the race 2 I said, Real fast in the last corner, I will that not happen again, so what I did is push from the beginning and yeah, I think it was a really fantastic job, and yeah, I only need to say thank you for all the team, because without them, I will not do what I'm doing, so super happy.
And the next match, your fantastic.
Sí, la verdad que fue una carrera muy buena, fantástica. Desde el principio tiré y nada, quise ir con mi ritmo, sin intentar gestionar neumáticos como hice en la primera carrera. Al final, en la primera carrera me robaron la cartera de una forma no muy bonita. Entonces lo que intenté fue salir a tope y romper, y así fue. Así que estoy muy contento, la verdad que ha sido una carrera fantástica y sin el apoyo de mi equipo esto no lo hubiera hecho.
Okay, congratulations on this.
Gracias.
That was Mark Morelli. That was your race winner.
Colourful language, but of course the emotion still high down in Park Fermi. But now the moment we've been waiting for, as Carlos Cano comes to have a word with Jack down in Park Fermi. The first word of the 2025.
Brian Uriarte, you are the 2025 FIM JuniorGP World Champion. How do you feel?
Well, amazing, honestly. At the beginning of the last year, I didn't thought about this, but well, now the dream became real. So, well, so happy. Thanks to my team, they are amazing. Thanks to Emilio because he saved my career. It's like this, and I'm so happy, proud about him, proud about the work we did this year, and so yeah, so happy. And let's see what the next thing comes.
Just in Spanish for all your fans back here and back there.
Bueno, nada, muy contento. A principio del año pasado no me esperaba poder hacer este sueño realidad, pero bueno, ahora es una realidad, estoy súper contento. Gracias a todo mi equipo, gracias especialmente a Emilio que bueno, ha salvado mi carrera deportiva. Es una gran persona, lo admiro muchísimo, estoy súper orgulloso de él y bueno, orgulloso también del trabajo que hemos hecho esta temporada. Hemos trabajado súper duro y bueno, la verdad es que muy contento y nada, a ver que el futuro nos sonría y nada, muy contento por todo lo que estamos consiguiendo y ya vamos a por más.
Right, you are the 2025 champion. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Drama on the grid at the start of things. The race 2 eventually got underway on Sunday afternoon. Nicholas got going on the German from pit lane, but Mark Morelli stole the lead on the opening lap of action. So Esteban soon got to work as well, fighting his way from outside the top 10 to the podium. Back on Andrew then back all the way with Ethan Rio and Thompson from the regular turn throughout this race. Morelli pulled the pin at the front as Brian Uriarte faced the back point here. Followed in second. Line in turn 1 though proved to be crucial. It's squeezed on the outside of the majority of the field to hold on to that podium position and hold on to that crucial championship winning place. They bunched up on the run to turn 1 again as Uriarte held firm. Into turn 10 through a few moves in Richard Carmel and Casey O'Gorman. They would also take fight throughout the race. Richard Carmel unable to stop the 51 car here on Sunday. There was a crash though from Lucas Brown, losing the front at turn 9, and that was the end of his hope. Well, he will be back in action over at Valencia. In turn 5 though, we went, we're all bunched up to the right, all the way through. Hammer soon got involved. Binary Arctic did lose ground in the mid part of the race, then did take long for it to get himself back to the podium place into third, then second. Getting closer and closer for an incredible move. Out of turn 3, into turn 4, watching the champion fight left the back in second place. This was the decisive moment. Contact was made after Higgins and Esther stood over to the right hand side of the circuit. As you said, crashed on the main straight, bringing out the red flag. And with Uriarte in P2, that was enough for the 21 crown champion as Morelli took victory. Now off the third. Then second place, but most importantly your 2025 JuniorGP World Champion, Brian Uriarte. What a year, what a season, celebrating for Roman McGuinness. Marco Morelli, your race winner. Passes that one, team word for all of them. Brian Uriarte, so many people to thank. Of course, tirelessly put them into this position, put them into championship contention. One spot. Champion front goes the way of Jadwal Racing. Esteban in third place. Thumbs up and smile. Same place now. Big place trophy, but this trophy, 4 seconds, can be a lot more than runner-up.
slows out. He'll hopefully move forward and get that more possible, but it's still a solid effort.
Starting grid of potential championship decider, Eric Fernandez starts this one though from pole. David Souza and Alberto Ferrandez goes from the front row, with your championship leader Unai Radri starting from P4. And he's for this one, the championship victory. Dylan Pavelich, Alberto Souza starts from row 2, with Rosio Artiga and Gutierrez of row 3. John Gimbert, Dardo and Nunes started from top 12. Kursavan Ruiz and Harrison Boyce right at top 6. Jenna, Lorenzo Salon and Mario Mayor started from row 6. Don Watley, Tristan Molly and Ramon started from top 6. Morris Rottinger, start from row 8. Van Trick, we seen him have a crash earlier on today, goes from 25. Alpha 80 and Eichel started from row 9. Of course, out our grid after the retirement earlier on in race 1. Now though, all talking stops. We head out on our warm-up lap. No racing for the final 5-minute MotoGP Championship weekend. Of course, still one more race coming up this year for the class. However, heading into this race, there is a chance for a championship cycling. That is John Gimbert. Now, this year rider potentially raising a hand in the warm-up lap. Hopefully, no big issues for the number 7.
Hopefully not. He had a very strong race earlier on. He was fighting comfortably in the top 10. Just obviously those front or second group as much as the home.
Yeah, of course. Start this one. Alberto Souza really gets shift on throughout this warm-up lap. Really trying to get through higher than the race. Just get going. Yours ready to go. All the helmet down, visor practically down, quick hand movement, and that was it. Souza being the business in this one. He knows that he needs to go out and do the business.
Souza's first objective is to obviously provide those for the total. He was likely to obviously obviously garage race, but yeah, he was very close. We saw it this morning on the warm-up lap as well. Just a quick at the champion down garage race, 23.3 off the landing. I've got a 26 there, 25 minutes. Count back, there's a possibility that riding end up on 4 weeks. So 26 is the
yeah, of course. Obviously, it's not the for a rider. On the card, well, the winner grab the extra 5 points, grab another win to the team as well. The count back, if the points weren't affected, which is but I think the said it's done. He has to work hard for it in race 1. Well, it looks like you have to work harder for it in race 2.
He'll have to work hard for it, but he'll have confidence he can go to the P4 grid, fighting this, especially the P4 grid. Most times, no one really can.
Yeah, nobody really was able to get back ahead of them once he's in that one loss. Of course, on the open then the helicopter stage himself is very confident, still good, still is fast all the things, slowly tipped himself away back from around the 4, which started from all the way up. So, Eric Fernandez is your rider on pole position. The number 4 starts from P1. All eyes are on what's going to happen in the championship fight here in Barcelona. Will it be steady stay or will it go on to Valencia? We're up to wait long to find out. 15 laps of action is now go. A great start from Eric Fernandez. He clicks the hold on the run through turn 1. Another good start as well from Alberto Ferrandez from third position. And will controlled by the fact that from 150 down to 2 up. That is going to be Dylan Pavelich also through, as is Unai Radri. Unai Radri back into P4, although round the outside, now on the inside is using first two, so bring the foot swap to his advantage. Radri got a bit of wheelie off the line, which slows him down, looking at the run into turn 1 in the right, but obviously hasn't lost much ground in the right hand. Would have liked to have kept those on high, I suspect, in turn 1 and 2, but currently because there was someone just standing up in turn 4 there, looks like everyone's gone through those games though, and Radri very good to get past very quickly. Alberto Souza now trying to get his elbows out out on this opening couple of laps. We're down to P10 after the first couple of corners. Currently, Stewart runs in ninth. JuniorGP has taken the start to this one, so luckily no issues for him, or at least no lasting issues out on the opening couple of laps. Fast on the way, Francesco Mangiardo as well. We've seen him crash out at the down, running on the group. I think I was more not free contact more than anything else. Pablo moves down the inside at turn 10 and free goes on Eric Fernandez as Alberto Fernandez leads the way. Alberto Fernandez with Pablo up 2 seconds in the front. There are just behind her away from turn 1 again. They left wrist of the braking at one of the heavy braking on the track. Pablo up in second place. Someone we didn't necessarily see him break one. Now's the time to train, now's the time to attack. So we both in yesterday, just before he went out for qualifying, this stage, all eyes were on the tyres, all eyes were on tyre conservation, and now, well, there's overlap, it seems like he is pushing on, but this is how you get into position later on the race, how you get yourself into trying to spawn, as everyone thinks, it's turn 1. Everyone knows. Yeah, everyone knows. Last one was very good, that much harder. Or you can get more position, or you still have that in race 1, but it's not going to be the best one. Have you done moment, second place is not a bad position to be in with 14 laps remaining. He is now up the inside, he goes on the now Radri. Radri tries to stick around the outside, but you eventually do have to just show the beat, show the white flag, and then just peel in behind and follow behind. Alberto Duran just steps against the left in the corner, trying to back, seven. He will do everything he can to push the number 10 back. He will indeed, number 67, very successful. Behind the number 10 as they head into turn 10. Not the way to invest the miles, rather, I would say, early stage of the 14 after or 13 after that. So, second time for number 10. Now, though, that's 9 and 6. So then, what's around 10 laps to go? Hopefully, we can see number 10 start to get to work again. Because when he's in form, when he's in his groove, it's such a special thing to watch. Very rare to see him actually make a mistake. Once he hit the front in race 1, I don't think we do any major error from it at all. No, very calm, very gentle, but enough that once he comes to the again, right behind him at all time. I think on one, it looks like the 145 straightaway. I think that's it. Just around the Fernandez. And then Hamlet, same as was for the top 2 at the moment. It's running. Here's Fernandez, third on the Gutierrez, does finish the fastest lap of the race. Of course, if you over the line, the first are flying lap, so as usual, the fastest lap is thinking about like the game on Arsenal. Now, Radri, 6 time. Not into the fastest stretch, he's got a couple of extreme riders ahead of them, but it's just like one or two more places back to the beginning race, so it has not the fight with that one, so yeah. Ideally, Radri now, start slowly, you have to start making mistakes, start not what you want to do on the grid either. Hopefully what you want, stay with that stay not 3 or 4 and slowly make your way forward. And hopefully that's not happening. How hard they're having to push on the way through turn 9, slightly on the screen as well for a couple of riders. Yes, again, it's so easy to do on the exit. You just try and pick up the bike, get from the throttle as hard as you can, all the way to the curve, and extend it to the edge of the turn. And this is the final sector. Yes, taking off another lap of action. A great sector 1 from Alberto Fernandez, a great sector 3 from Alberto Fernandez. And well, you can see that's on the fastest lap of the race is inside. Overall lap of the rest, there's all the things to get for and now we head over, breaking the beat. Now we wait for the 10th speed to update anybody in the fastest lap of the race. A 1:43.9. So that's down. And that's going down the process. And that's thanks to slipstream, and that's thanks to Milan Pavlovic. So strong. He does run wide, however. That's still out Eric Fernandez through. So Eric Fernandez up in second, and Pavlovic down to third. Pavlovic running wide through turn 1, trying to out-break Fernandez. In turn 1, just running slightly wide, just didn't allow Fernandez back through. So Pavlovic does really have to pay. Goes through
for the victory.
Yeah, fighting away at the end of this group. So we'll move forward to number 10 tonight, Radri. As things stand, the championship, we go into the final round with 8 points in the way of things for Radri. Just an 8-point hole he would have if the checker flag came out now. However, there's still 11 and a half laps remaining. You would expect that to be ever so slightly as this race does go on. But judging by the basic import permit on the podium from Alberto Ferrandis, team in business knows that this race needs everything, and you have to reject winner or minute stuff as it comes down to the final lap battle itself and other championship contenders.
It does look like that at the moment. I think we could see part of one of the things how race swap right now, and from that moment, getting the rider on a mission wanted to go out of our lane and win the victory. I think huge pressure from Eric Fernandez from the ultimate corner though, and obviously Fernandez will have a victory down in turn 1 of Rodri. Looks like he's going to put his hands on this group ahead of him as well.
Yeah, so then he's not heading for a back. He's going to go all the way back down to the rest of the anchor. And that's how he goes through the head. Looking at the inside, perhaps in just a moment's time, though, could be the likes of Alberto Sura at turn 1 we go now. Hard on the anchors. Actually, Alberto Sura now takes time around. So, what a race we're having, barbecue race. He'll be taking the way through and sleep. Yamaha. Almost up the circuit, off circuit briefly was Alberto Ferrandis, but nonetheless he does hold on to position at turn 4 and makes away towards turn 5 again. But it does look like Eric Fernandez is building towards the move here with 11 laps remaining.
It does, yes. We're already having to try the tablet just in turn 5 left the third rider, having a look at riders that not taking the stick, and that's allowed a bit of a gap to form between Fernandez and tablet. But yeah, it looks like Fernandez just trying to get as close as he can to Fernandez, maybe perhaps turn down more likely to reach turn 1 closing that gap.
Yeah, just about definitely finding out your faster than your rival and then using that to use most importantly. Now, Radri is certainly lost touch of this route. It's separate himself and Arceus and one last time around, a couple of 10. Still at the potential try and get it up, and that's very, very simple to do on some occasions, but not in the MotoGP European Championship. When everything goes, everyone of course has the same engines inside the machine. They all have 75 Triumph engines, and then a handful of chassis. Majority riders up from the Calix, plus the likes of Radri's station opposite Ford Motor, which has become more and more popular over the last couple of years.
It has indeed get Motor definitely coming more from that on the right in turn 1. Fernandez defending tablet on the inside of Fernandez will see what he brings in, and that's number 44 will take down number 54 the head of the move. Tablet has rotated favour over at turn 1. That one section 7 spots it. Time 54 of Alberto Ferrandis, and then looking at the last lap between your race leader and Radri, around at 10 to the half floor. So it's a lot of that ground to do, but in the grand scheme of things, we'll see him not too much off the pace in the race. The 6th position that he's in, 6th position, and now place that he has to make up, has to stretch the gap and make some ground up. He has to bring the gap, make the ground up, make some cars as well. That's it. So he's got more time to set that position of the race. The other still has to head clear, like he knows that that's the will probably have a slight advantage when very much. But in terms of championship, it looks like probably not going to happen at the end.
Yeah, we're going to see some miracle for the Radri, although, of course, prior life, a massive on point that you can start swinging his way in the latter half of the race, but nonetheless, we're going to have an incredible fight for this podium. Ending up by Alberto Ferrandis overline some one corner, trying to win them from out of the final corner. With Milan Pavelich just behind. Into the switching touch and he goes. Looking for another opportunity at turn 1. Also defensible in your race leader now. Milan Pavelich trying, goes for a move. Have a little steer at the big mare when the floor is going over to the conventional race line. The 4-rider group at the front of things. Xavier Rodriguez about a bike lane or 2 to separate himself and Sam Stewart.
close that gap, then soon to be a 5 rider through. By the way, important of the second, not driving the line along the region. There are more attachment on the gap. On the championship fight. At the head of the field, Fernandez is clear as he stands at the moment ahead of Pablo. So the number 4 of the but not forget as well, we've got just getting long, but pretty much in line in terms of this group. And that's just in the latter half of the race, when you start scrapping, you start rolling the brake, trying to make a evade some few moves, then that's going to allow this group behind, the likes of Baradri, Sura, all to come back into the back. And then you get, when you start back, you start talking about trying to grab all back into that fight. Although on this lap, it looks like Fernandez and Pavlik have pulled out slightly out over Fernandez behind. Around 4 tenths at the moment, that should get followed up on the right to turn 1 or along the head brake. It's not out of the check yet, but it looks like it's on the side way. The three moves made at turn 10, off through the area to the head off for Ricardo, and then of course further back we have Louis to the head off Gimber. So, towards line we go to make it last for him. Alberto Fernandez back on the floor himself in this one. Towards turn 1 and go again. Pavlik takes pressure of it though. Just have a now. Third position, a change there. Davinder is moved on in then third. What's got to work to do there? Eric Fernandez has got back in with the final. 6 for 1 actually. So 5. 4 Davinder is moved on in. 1-0-0-4, around a 10% quicker than the two riders ahead. They're just like found something from the morning race as he fights for the podium. And Fernandez looks like he hasn't got the making as he wants to say he's got to. As I said earlier, Fernandez and Pavlik just edging away slightly. They're now half a second off the clear to MP3. Yeah, half a second clear and things stand. But what will it end? Strong in the race. Radri pretty strong through the first 10 for us, but doesn't come a little bit of ground every single lap, but it's on the race. What is it now? Here's the right we're talking about. Here is the championship leader on Euro Street, but we go towards turn 10 yet again. Eric Fernandez and Davinder side by side of Ricardo Pavlik and Barcelona. Now your live championship standing 8 points. Gap in second place out right now. However, it doesn't seem like that will finish the game. You're going to wait to see what unfolds over the next 7 or so laps. Because I don't think last for the night it does. Yeah, I think Junior Radrick is going to be pushing on the final 7 laps or so. And hopefully for him, he's going to have a little bit higher when he starts racing the ground. You would think at this point, you what we've seen the first half of the race, that would be distracting. He isn't too far away. In fact, he's 1.7 behind Fernandez at the head of the group. Someone not this time. So yeah, around 1.7 seconds behind the pace. In fact, this second should still work. So you can't afford to lose my time. And after that time, it's very similar on the last lap. We'll take the third battle for third. Carefully isn't done between Eric Fernandez and Davinder Souza. There was quite a wide gap for one man, though. Hold on to third place as well. Look at the pressure that Alberto Sura is putting on Junior Radri. Alberto still not able to make the move himself. Similar to what we've seen him race once from him, but nonetheless, instead of always getting more and more aggressive as this race goes on. Someone breaking the Harrison between all of us again. Bit sideways under braking for we're just seeing a long lap penalty for number 49. One yarded, that's the shortcut in turn 1, 2. After now we about to try and work. Yeah, so a long back down there for the point. But nonetheless, the battle will continue at the head of the field. Able to see Radri turn 1. A little bit of Dave has said. But nonetheless, so how far do they have to do the confirmation of that long black penalty? Of course, time to 1 second, those things you got Xavi Artigas and Junior Radrick just over that 1 second margin. And when you get second instead of 10, it's a whole different momentum and not right the back across the line. And like Fernandez, Junior Radrick's hit board is going to stay on 1-0. And that's still all out the back ball. after the leader, where Rodgers makes sure of the cycle by outgoing slowly. It's now 3 seconds. It was 1.7. So it looks like if Rodgers doesn't have to make the fast time for that moment. Of course, if they do in this situation as a rider, just again, yeah, you're a little bit certain, a little bit anxious, or perhaps frustrated that you're not running at where you were running in race 1. Maybe structure to run a bit harder, I think. This situation where you're overriding the line, then you're actually losing time instead of losing time. The same to go in turn 5. Very defensive against Trevor. It looks like a bit, I mean, there were hundreds in that last lap time. They're very, very similar on pace. Of course, Turret couldn't feel like he was held up by Mirage. One thing for Mirage, well, we have to say, all throughout his career, he's very cool, very calm, very collected. So I don't think the pressure will be setting on him, but the way he plays though is not how he would have imagined. Yes, so not Pablo now. Up is like, yes, it's a little bit closer every single lap. It looks for a few minutes, but getting those people work on the leader. Sure, he'll be able to get past Eric Fernandez, but now he's got to try and find the minute on the Alberto Fernandez. In race 1, it's fine to be second, albeit, you know, Pablo's just able to watch, but it was still a little bit of time to gather that education on exactly how your rivals are going to battle and how Alberto Fernandez is going to battle while he's fighting for it. It's a good place to be very close to Fernandez out. Just going to look at too far back this time at turn 1. But he'll be searching all the time where he's trying to struggle again, where can he make the jump. What he wants to happen in his head at the moment over the next 5 laps. Just over 1 tenth of a second difference them at the line. Arazi now has stretched the gap over Alberto Sura, so perhaps the mistake from Sura. There's definitely a couple of bike lines in them. Well, last time around, he scored turn 5, and it was Arazi that had to take as much as like possible to stop him 7 stone from field. Now, however, a much more comfortable position and a little bit less pressure off his back. Very much so that he'll be less pressure off Arazi. However, it's still not how he would have finished it. Now 2.4 behind the race, but 1.4 behind Adidas and out in front. So potentially it's the best number errors still happen within the top 5 runners. Still, they're in the 5 rangers. Group will go. Right, Pablo and Fernandez. One or two, couple bike lanes. 2 of them out on 36th and 3rd. All it takes is a couple of moves for the defensive instantly. Everyone's back into place. Still, Alberto Fernandez holds the fastest lap of the race at 1:43.95. Head towards the final sector again. Head towards the tricky turn 4 earlier on today, and then down towards the start finish straight. Cross the line. So, and then 4 laps. Another lap. Picked off. Four laps to go. Pablo up outside. He's able to make that. No, out. Eric Fernandez fights back. Away from the number 44 at turn 1. Pablo now down in 3rd position, and Eric Fernandez on the attack through turn 3 we go. The rear tyres will be screaming in anger. The bike is bouncing off the red run, so we come towards turn 4 now. On to the brakes number 4, lurking, awaiting for any sort of move. Well, Pablo is going to have to attack this through if he wants to hold on to it. Just get in a situation where maybe that's overtaking Pablo. We have a replay of it through that turn 1. And the big will go. But just happened to make a little bit more than what he was wanting. Suddenly, there was Eric right in his way. Absolutely right. But just about from last time, Eric Fernandez is 1:44.1. Fernandez is 1:44.7. So Fernandez right now is clean riding in the Come back, fighting back for at turn 10, taking back away from Fernandez, drifting up the ball, holding close by and 11, and defending position into turn 12. So as it were, despite Pablo making a very ambitious move. Yeah, Pablo watching the great race, Pablo really getting the team stuck into position, so he starts breaking on, go back on the race there now, of course, what fight
we've done. Just yellow flags out over at turn 10, so hopefully there, but nonetheless, just see how it meets the east of pit wall. Back to turn 1 we go yet again. Will be Milan Pavelic's turn at the front of things. He will get in second place. Mario Mayor has crashed out. That'll be over at turn 10. Just walked away from drama. Well, things change. It is Pavelic in second position. Come through towards turn 4. 44 is now on the attack. Now or never. An ultimate lap. Women here in Barcelona.
Exactly what Pavlik would have wanted to do. Ferrandis is not letting him get away or having Ferrandis without putting pressure on himself. Turn 5, all of them sideways under the heavy braking, but coming out as you were from the left-hand corner.
Yeah, through the things we go now, towards turn 7, very tricky to do here. The best time, never mind the most too fast for the bigger machine, and slightly sometimes down to them, and your hand time that will a little time for. For him and the yellow flag now out over at turn 5 on the finish line. Just potentially turns the back and he drops down the order number 64 machine, and Milan Pavelik down the inside. Can he hold on to this? Side by side, all the way through turn 10, and confirmation of Kirsten's crash at turn 5. But what great race to be just there from Ferrandis and Milan Pavelik. So now Pavelik soon has to get called to there. Ferrandis front 3 are going down for the next 2 laps.
This is going to be an incredible final couple of laps here in both races. Ferrandis leading Pavlik at the moment. They're in a free-rider fight. They have got to the of the tension, and on the run down to turn 1 will be who is able to take advantage under braking. Pavlik on the inside, moves into P1, double move from the number 44 as he moves into the lead of the race.
Into P1 goes Milan Pavelik. How long can he hold on to it? He leaps onto the side of Ferrandis. End of turn 3 now. The rear tyres will be screaming for any sort of correction he has to get. It's such a high intensity to this race. The lap times have been incredible. And now, head for turn 4 towards turn 5. They're going to have to be careful through here because the move could potentially Fernandez on the wrong side of the bike, and Alberto right on the back of Unai Aradri. Aradri enters up to 7 with 1.5 laps remaining.
Alberto has made up the time and is to lose to Aradri and putting the number 10 under huge pressure once again. The number 44 continues to lead though. Artigas look like all over the back of the two that heading into turn 9. Just a 10 or so separating those two.
Heading out of turn 9 now down towards turn 10. Heavy on the big again. And that could be the biggest lead we have seen from Pavelik at the head of the race. Live Championship standings. Pavelik would be put in second position in the Championship standings if it was to finish as it was. The title, of course, would go down to the final race of the year in Valencia. This is exactly what everyone, at least from our perspective, has been hoping for. A grand finale in MotoGP.
Everyone looking at Aradri would be thinking for that. Aradri would be going out to second today. And actually, I think that more riders heading to Valencia to have a mathematical chance of taking the title. There are 24 points back would struggle, of course, as Ferrandis defends easily from Fernandez. But Pavelik has pulled out almost half a second over the two behind him. The number 44 looks like he's timed his move to perfection.
Pavelik's a little bit wide there through turn 1, but luckily Fernandez got through turn 2. Just too much stretch. Eric Fernandez though does hold up the inside towards turn 4. Can he make the move work? No, he's just stop. As well, that's Fernandez is in the way towards turn 5 to go again to get to the madness. Slight defensive line or not, because well, Eric Fernandez is too far back yet again.
He was too far back. I think everyone was racing for a move at turn 5 there, but not quite for Fernandez. It was happening at turn 7 far too far back to make that turn a possibility. Fernandez just has enough to potentially defend that, and then it will come down to the final corner.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to the final corner. Yet again, second place because we're excited to the last corner in race 1. A little look behind from Milan Pavelik. Just checking the gap, just checking the margin. How defensive has to go into turn 10. A few more corners left. Championship race. Well, Milan Pavel. What a ride it has been. 3 more corners left. Separate yourself from victory here in Barcelona. So one more race coming up next year in the class. And well, the championship is going down to the wire. A final corner move yet again from Eric Fernandez. Pushes Alberto Ferrandis back to third. It's carbon copy from race 1. And Milan Pavel wins race 2. Second place goes the way of your pole sitter, the number 4 of Eric Fernandez. Alberto Ferrandis in third. Xavier Susan for Xavier Diaz in 5. And Sunaya Radri does hold off Alberto Sura for 6. John Gimbert for Kingston. Another solid result from Bell. John Gutierrez out top 10. Second place in the championship now for Milan Pavel. What a ride it was. So deserved, so much to it. You can just see. Of course, the number 44 will take P1 spot in Mark Fermi. In fact, one of the results that in there as they hope for, neither the result that Ferrandis to hope for. 1 and 2 police after race 1 picked up the final corner, and now, well, he's picked up the final corner again. It's Marshall. A few of the riders stopped to celebrate with. Stoppers taking time around the floor then, but Eric Fernandez stands for himself. Championship. A burnout for all the fans watching the grandstand. Turn 10. Now back on 10. Greenman, a race win. But Ferrandis just about taking the picture now. Unfortunately. Just before turn 40. Mark Fermi. It was a match point but now of course we're going down to the final race of the year. 23 points advantage had race 2. Now it's going to drive over Milan Pavel. 4th rider, 10 points behind in standard. First went up to the Caradon. Second year, he's that championship into it again. Now that's enough. 2 stand. So what to do in Valencia, but that's the time. That's the problem. Right now, time for them to celebrate. Here is the Radri, and back to the pit box. He's already had the right plan, but something that I'm sure he was hoping to do. I'm sure the championship starts in the back of the box, in the back of the truck, in the way it's blocked, and that's the way so the way for that. Pavel and the AGR team now celebrate. Pavel said that he had to place top 3 in qualifying for him if the second row starts. But first, call master of celebration. So that's all of this possible. Championship making a final round of 7-2.
will go. On here. Quick drink up, Mark Fermi, that's for Eric Fernandez. He had to work hard yet again for a second place. Simon at the final corner. It really doesn't make the job easy. Alright, sure. Pretty incredible. Yes, the final lap pass. Roberto Fernandez, however, gets as you can say, now he's through the championship, which was just 40. And debrief with Mark Fermi on what he did. Yes, he was struggles that he had throughout the race. That feeling on the front with hope. Hector selfie. And it doesn't get more goal. Again. Like this going on that Roberto wasn't there. Not like he not happened. He was back and Racing went over. He moved down at turn 1, able to get through on Alberto Fernandez. Now, West and Milan, now Jack. Pavle what to win that was here, race 2 at Barcelona. Just talking through it from your point of view.
Yeah, this was something amazing. My second win in the JuniorGP by my rookie year, so this is something incredible what I did here. I'm very happy. We take very good information from the first race, because first race wasn't very good for us in first place, but we want more, and that's how we make now in the second race. I don't know what to say. I want just to celebrate this with my friends, with my girlfriend, with my parents, everything. Thank you for supporting, and thank you so much ATR for big support and everything. What you do for me. Thank you.
And Justin, how did your fans back home?
Nie mogę tego opisać, co się wydarzyło. Bardzo dobrze się cieszę, nie pierwszym wyścigu. Bardzo się cieszę. Brakuje mi kół. W ostatnich kółkach rozegrałem wszystko. Jestem tutaj z całą moją rodziną, ze wszystkimi przyjaciółmi przyjechali tutaj kibicować. Najbliższa runda tutaj z mojego teamu, bo tu w Barcelonie mój team pochodzi. Także nic bardziej nie mogę oczekiwać, jest świetnie. Idę celebrować dalej z moimi wszystkimi przyjaciółmi, którzy tu przyjechali. Cieszę się tym zwycięstwem. Dziękuję bardzo wszystkim sponsorom również, którzy wierzyli we mnie i cały czas wierzą, że dojdziemy do mistrzostw świata. Dziękuję.
Milan, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Pavle has held himself second position in the championship at this Catalunya. The race got underway with Eric Fernandez in the lead. However, Alberto Fernandez soon got to work, placed in the best performance and won. South Europe was close to the action, and Junior Radri soon fell. 5, 6 goals from that worst pole number 10. It was a further break and dropped back down to 6. Alberto Sura would also begin his charge. He would follow Junior Radri throughout the entire race, unable to find their way through. He was then tucked in number 10 armour. Pavle ran wide slightly at turn 1, allowing Eric Fernandez briefly through what would be a finale to race 2 here in Barcelona. Pavle gets to work, though, pushing hard for the pure pass at turn 1. It was established here 2 that was able to make it work that time around, though. That was for third place. He lost himself ahead of the number 4. Eric Fernandez's charge wasn't done quite yet, though. He would soon fight his way back towards podium places. Junior Radri had a consistent pace. Well, 49. Central had a quick penalty shoot there. Brutal on that look he went to the release joint. Now though, it's turn 4. Got the line. Then into the final of race 2. Eric
Fernandez did look her move at turn 1. Showing his front wheel gets us briefly ahead of the 44. It was looks to return the favour, passing at turn 10. That was unsuccessful, so Pavelich trying again. This time around, returning the favour. Watching his pack in the lead. It was P1 now for Milan Pavelich. The final corner move yet again occurs between Eric Fernandez and Alberto Ferrandez. It was Pavelich who took victory with the number 4. This boy, today Radri, to the championship into Valencia. We are, yes, again, the final appearance of the day. We've had 2 races today, and both of them, Alberto Ferrandez has finished first. I'm sure right now he'll be disappointed, but looking back, it was an incredible race. Second place, and a handshake, great to see. Two of them, Eric Fernandez, second. Milan Pavelich now on to the podium and it's all around. For the ECR team is a lot to be able to find the dream possible. Vice President of the Europe and trophy first of all. Celebrating with Bell before of course now. Third place trophy goes the way of Alberto Ferrandez. Of course, 2 more second and third. Second place trophy for Eric Fernandez. Second of the day. Of course, Eric starts from pole position. One of the people who this time around. And that's thanks to Milan Pavelich. Artois hands out the P1 trophy. I'm sure love drawing Artois on a MotoGP race so time. But nonetheless, now we can hear that's last. The final round and to become 2025 champion. What a ride it was for him. What the 6th round have coming up tonight. Milan Pavelich is your race winner. And all the second. Ahead of Eric Fernandez, who picked Alberto Ferrandez once again. Xavier Souza and Xavier Diaz. Now in top 5, Junior Radri and then Sura. The rest of them top 7. Don't get back and off Gutierrez and the top 9 for half. And then in 10, Alessandro Marolio and the 11 he just got back after qualifying. So 13, Jadwal and then up. Our points scored. Harrison Boyd just missing out and Roman Ramos and over top 20 finish for him. Please head off to Wally. But Madrid this week times around after the transmit of race 1. We did have First Van Ball at turn 5, Fire Mayor at turn 10 and Tim Stanley
race, 25 points left in 2025. JuniorGP takes the Swedish Championship, but the championship has flanked 10 points over Milan Pavlik. Alberto Ferrandez does sit in third at 2, finishing in Barcelona. Alberto Jura dropping back down to P4 in the stand at the end of this weekend. P2. Time. Except fireworks in Valencia. What a final round have in store. Can JuniorGP hold on to things in Valencia? Well, we're not going to wait too much longer to find out what an incredible event for the MotoGP championship. Well, now, not wait until grand finale. Start noise, shots of your race winner. Milan Pavlik, Moto2 European Championship. For the final time today, what better way to round off our weekend in Barcelona than with the Stock European Championship? Packed spread full of riders are preparing to make their way on the ground after scorching qualifying yesterday. Executive petrol title deciding day for Iker Garcia, who led Misano with a 24-point advantage over National Rival. Number 11 looking the whole shot. 50 points are left up for grabs this season in stock class. The first 25 are available today. Will we see the champion round? Although Iker Garcia will we strike gold? Let's find out. Stock European Championship. Now those looking back at the last round of the Stock European Championship, I won't want this dramatic change in title race. Carl launched from pole position, grabbing the whole shot at turn 1 before mistakes briefly sitting outside the pole position. The battle for P1 also involves Iker Garcia and Alberto Garcia as Carlo can't hardly wait for the deal. 73's hopes soon came to a disappointing end, following a mistake at turn 8 which left him on the deck. He would remount this out of podium pace and eventually finishing fourth. Over left was an intense Garcia duel, which the Italian fans used to their feet. Alberto Fuertes had front row tickets to the fight, with
with Iker Garcia pepping Alberto at the line, leaving Iker Garcia's championship lead at 24 points ahead of Fano. And now we head into the penultimate race of the year in Barcelona with match points. Another match point faces us here in Barcelona, the JuniorGP Championship, the final race on the schedule for round 6 of the FI World Championship. What a day it's been so far. We won't spoil too much for you just yet, but what we can tell you is that Iker Garcia enters the weekend with 24-point lead over Eric Varga. My name is Rodrigo, alongside me this weekend is Jack. Well, Jack, for the final time today, we're going racing, and well, for the penultimate time this season, we're going to go racing in the stock class, and it looks like it's going to be an apex fight.
It does look like it's going to be an apex fight. It's not going to be a penultimate race for the Stock European Championship season. It's Garcia, 24 points clear. Just outscore rivals by a couple of points short of the title before we get to the next.
Yeah, a few more points to put into his back pocket, and then quite a fan look around and watch the action today. Of course, we had the result in the back type of race as well. Then another number 11 on pole position, launches alongside his title rival for this race. Iker Garcia on pole, Varga starting in 2, and Art McDonald starting from 3rd.
On the weekend was very good. I feel very good for the first lap, and the strategy was clear. Push a lot and try to make a pole, and that's what I do. I'm very happy because the team worked very well. My idea is try to push a lot and try to win the race or the championship. That's the goal. So we are working for it, and very happy to be here. Thank you.
Qualifying, of course, took place yesterday on Saturday. Iker Garcia did exactly what he needed to do, and that is the first on pole position. Extra pressure on his title rival.
Exactly. Hope that you all got yesterday. Quick that one. Well, everyone said Garcia obviously had a rival. For the number 11, and not surprising, title rival. Especially on the run down to someone that matters that.
Yeah, and of course Varga starting from 6th position. He will be starting from a bit more inside position out on circuit, and here is 4-7 for Varga. Of course, he's a bit of year. Well, off his helmet, the leg, start all thing. Now, this is the last round that Fano on the grid. One of them coming in the form of a third place starter in this race with Art McDonald from third for this race. Have a look at the Varga, 24 points. Varga, Venus, 10, like Carlos, Gomez, really good margin to want to take that match. Nonetheless, plenty of fans on watch the action.
Yeah, Donald headline came back on was at Ghana. Back for Barcelona, Honda. Yeah, so you'll know from Brown Rhino, from Brown Saturday.
Yes, went all the way throughout practice, Coleman session as well throughout the weekend. As well, plenty of support, current size, delightful character, always active on social media. two. But looking back, and Casterman's back at the Sano. Jadwal, Taro, starting from fourth, starting from sixth with the 10th central. Costly error at the Sano, of course, was the front at second third. Then trying to pick it up for a couple of points. What is the thing? Of the championship cars.
Yeah, important was outside pressure, now for obviously the world or outside that win. And Charlie now third, one behind us, still in mathematical contention as it stands, but a lot of work for some of the
you now on Red P5 start for him, which will race squad. Don't qualifying for him, and nearly about all year has been carried by him. He has to switch around the room as that's now, out the way. One podium, of course. Yes, goes from that second row. Open. Away from camera. Look at the man on stage towards the final race of the action. Stepping towards 4 p.m. in the afternoon. The 5-minute board shows to all the rights, to all the teams. So, both everything down with the center. Victory as well. You know, sometimes, to say the least, one went to the same course this year, and circumstances have got an extra podium as well. But victory now, we both had switched off from third row of the grid to try and actually the calories here. We will be able to add that to the calories, but we might go to the extra half point so that we can pick up the red flag in that race. Yeah, one win. How did you stand up performance so far? That's it. And now, Romero on the red. Further positive from the power cap. Of course, on in that transition line. Now look at Alberto Garcia, one of the riders that were involved in the Lozano scrap. He's really got himself in race-winning contention, I think it's fair to say, and it's a few places that was check and do a grand job to help the likes of Mr. Garcia.
Yeah, starting to second on the conversion rate in the race. Nice and Barcelona, perhaps not quite as on pace as he was but expected more than he can. I'm sure he'll come much
so much longer actually now to wait before the warm-up lap. And the stop the open. David Sanchez having a quick chat with one can get going for them, I think. Busy guys, with a very helped a lot of the other riders in the MRE talent team included. But he did manage to catch up with yesterday and a great job that David Sanchez does with some of the riders.
He was, yeah.
So, forward, there's all things. Well, the Fast and Furious race. Here is number 1, Santos. Santos. Cam Oil Racing. Second point here, 50 is the championship. Well, the crowd, they're certainly ready for the action of both the fans of Santos there. They're all the way through the day to watch this unfold.
Yeah, great sport for Joan Santos. From Catalunya, just around Barcelona, we're talking about an hour on public transport here, so congratulations on that.
Well, Noah as well, that's strong. Minor Brinton, fire promo racing. Minor Brinton, solid super and at heart, it's pretty heroic stage from it over at Manchester. Something else that came up with forget. Really on the wet grass, somehow it's all too real. Yeah, I still can't believe yeah, it was, and of course now he's going to be going from row 4. Slightly trickier task, I think it's fair to say.
now, but just that my umbrella from, well, so you got straight on and now look, full sector, Iker Garcia, looking strong, looking confident, and he's going to want some more. Or he has a type of race. Let's find out. Here we go, there's a start stretch for stop line. Iker Garcia is small second heads off for Eric Varga. Archie McDonald goes to Carlos and yes, victory in Romero and Garcia. Red out are top 9. Now the fact is Santos and Emmanuel Brenton pick up top 12. Real, Puerta and yes, from row 5. Ruiz, Jimenez and Jose goes from row 6. Fernando Mauer, Laureano, Novo, Pasta, Henry Ruiz. Right, Penko goes from row 9. Final couple of spots picking up by Romero. Right up, solid, head out on the water path. Head up, that has by the Yamaha machine. Spot the 2 have a hold on the grid, of course, and further back down the order. On the tail line. Still a few different factors in the next. Still a few minutes time. Honda at the front, opening in the hands of McDonald on the number 69 machine. Whether he'll be able to take that first race with that Honda, we'll find out. Sounds like further down the road and have to get over 21st on the grid. We'll look at it first before yeah. They're almost, but it's still comes acting on one lap on the way at the moment, and we get ready to go racing. The final time is set to 10 for round 6 championship. 19 degrees air temp, 24 track. It's chance around 6, so most of the day. Now, coming down to the temperature, it's 8 later in the afternoon, but still, temperatures, fully priced to be racing here in the West Bar. Very different time. At the moment, it's always quite nice to touch up the arm, so it's not too hot either, so very good. Yeah, nice medium for tire feel as we head on to the final bit of our warm-up lap. This is how things look going in the stall race. Great 4.7 Garcia and Varga second. Seltzman, of course, of the mathematical contender, but the patient gonna have to do what he plays. Have that gap below 55 before the end of the day. So it's a 73 for the championship. Really good. You're going to see this one. Otherwise, the championship hopes are officially over. That's the first goal. Varga has anything to say about that. If Varga was to win today, of course, the championship would roll on to Valencia. Even better if Varga was finished first and Garcia was second, they would be below that 21 standards. Now though, we are nearly ready to go racing in stock class. The red lights are about to appear on for the final time on Sunday. Round 6 of the Stock Championship season ends now. Officially going. Good start for Archie McDonald. One start for Garcia got a solid one at that. Now they went towards turn 1 for the first time of action. Varga now snatching the lead actually. Come out. Looking at the inside is Fabinho. Looking at the inside is Garcia, and all of them are down. Iker Garcia's crashed out of this one. Contact and hands waving in the air. Luckily, they are all singly up on their feet, trying to pick up the bike for a massive moment in the championship for Eric Varga, currently still out on circuit. It's going to be Caro who leads the way. The massive game in the Garcia championship will at turn 1, making contact, looking up the inside, and suddenly everything crashes out. It looks like he was trying to pick them out after losing at the start. The other riders had a better line through that corner, and the line converged, taking a few rows out at turn 1. Ricardo has the head of the field, although he's under huge pressure from Alvaro Fuertes at the moment. But Ricardo, in my opinion, can hold himself back to a realistic type of challenge.
Yeah, he definitely is. Now, we spoke on the error in Misano, and this is the opportunity to make up every single point off from that track. There's confirmation your championship leader heading into the end. Peter Garcia, the potentially wrapping up with one record where he's going down. He still has 24 remaining, and not to mention a final race down as well with David Real for the order. Now, there is number 11 continues to play around the circuit. That's over at turn 7 towards turn 8 as we have a look at the replay. Diving down the inside that turn 1 was Peter Garcia, and then probably now making contact. So this will be a great shot of incident. There, he's making contact, no route length at the end, frankly, and David Real, nowhere to go, making contact with the bike, and ends up the gravel, but see all the other rides as well, having the head of the gravel traffic to go on.
David Real very much in the competition in that front. As I said, and Garcia is very much taking the forward inside line. Garcia, and that line is Garcia trying to put the handlebar back in his face, you know what, he wants to cover, and try and pick up the confidence point if he can.
Yeah, went up pretty hard that one, so luckily it's just a case of a big handlebar. Further back down the order. This race is going to be thick and fast, but certainly the likes of cars that happen ahead. It was for first and second out on circuit. This is a good opportunity to first work that. Now, great time for this, up into third place. 11 places made up on that opening lap.
Very much taking advantage of chaos at turn 1. Look at the large standing. Garcia with 6 points here as we stand from Ricardo. Vargas down to third, 15 behind. And there will be number 16 and Fuertes. So, in all those places, could depend on countback at that point. By Cumberland.
Now, local. But it's perfect at the front and that and all the way back down on the other side of the circuit is number 11 of Peter Garcia. We got the yellow flag double out over at turn 9. Well, we'll wait to see for confirmation on that one. 6 points, as we said, moving separating them, and that's if it finishes as 1. Venturini has other plans. He looks up the inside towards turn 1, and actually, he's already made that move work. He points to the rear, seeking it, and he tries to Ricardo to follow him, and Emmanuel Brinton enters the podium place. Venturini is the head of the finish line.
Ricardo to follow him, number 33. Very confident at the end of the race. 12 laps to go, taking the lead, and it's Emmanuel Brinton has a very strong ride so far, up to 3.
Yeah, difficult start so far for Arch McDonald. Back down to 9, always open for on his duty on the Honda, but yet again, takes another step into the unknown, and turn 1 wasn't exactly the most simple process.
No, very much. I imagine that would have been afforded a fair amount of action right in the final. Yeah, so Rocco and only a couple of turns behind Grant Sanchez in front of him, but he's still got a chance to make up the stage.
Now McDonald up into P8 as we make our way out to turn 7 towards turn 8, and now turn 9 onto the brakes we go. Yellow flag still showing out on the timings towards turn 7 on yellow flag and by the margins there. Another look behind for victory. Looking behind where Ricardo is Emmanuel Brinton on the other hand. Sit on that third place. For competition behind the Fuertes spot after that initial good start. Still great considering where he came from on the ground, but he's now back down from third spec.
Yeah, Fuertes is back with slightly, perhaps slightly expected to how many points he gets in the start. Obviously, started third with that, but maybe stuck off slightly at 50 points.
We come towards the line and break the beat to make it 11 laps remaining in this one. Not the start this time around, so luckily worry about in that then. Romero now up to P5 for himself, as well as back for third behind, with 3 or 4 wide up the inside. Goes number 10, one off Romero, so up to P4 to goes and sits right now on Emmanuel Brinton in the third. The top two though, 61 here out with circuit, 97 thousandths of a second separating them.
Perhaps just a little gap to the riders behind. They're around 8.5 tenths there of Brinton in three. Just note on the target as well, is a 1:46.6 last lap. So he was just right to the lower end of the box.
Yeah, here he comes now towards turn one. He has to stay up there, of course, there's not too much damage to see if there's anything he can't pick up. His brake protectors carefully not stay there, he just has to move towards the ground. But nonetheless, he's got to say, didn't lose anything like the tech or like the gear shifter, and now he can continue to ride it like a semi-normal bike after you crash a bike. Even if it is just a slight handlebar, it's never going to feel the same. It's always going to feel a little bit less on the front end.
It is, yeah. They got, yeah, just stay out. You never know what's going to happen ahead of you. So stay out, pick up a couple of points if you can, just to help that close track. And like you mentioned, by the most by Sarah come through on the number 43.
Yeah, Emmanuel Brinton's not afraid to get his elbows out, however, of course, previous British talent cup runner and championship fighter. All the boys have ever bell within the past as well, he's not afraid to get involved in scratch. So, towards turn one, we're going to go again of Triad. Also just behind on Emmanuel Brinton, side by side, Romero and Brinton goes down the main straight, although Brinton has just been picked by Triad. There is going to be Varga out of everyone who's leading that position and puts in on the 47 to claim third, but for how much longer? You had not long at all, and 6 of Triad responds for third.
Triad responding perfectly to being passed by Varga. We saw McDonald take some very different lines through turn 3 as well. A tap on the seat there from the number 62, but Varga going up the side.
Well, we all know how often that tap on the rear seat unit works. It's probably never. The guy who wants to head cover out, the rider coming in pit lane. And that's the Iker Garcia. So he already in the pit, but Iker Garcia does enter the pit lane. Did try to sail on circuit, but he's proven to be a wasted exercise. Heads to the pit box. And now it's time to reflect, it's time to debrief and regain his composure ahead of the grand finale in Valencia in a few weeks' time. As things stand, his lead will be front just at 8 points.
Yeah, 8 points for Garcia ahead of you. Then you've still got plenty of fights in mathematical contention as well. We're just seeing if they're going to be able to try and fix the spike all over it, because it was a very heavy hit.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get that right handlebar sorted. Have another look at this. This time goes up the inside was Iker Garcia. He made contact in Real, nowhere to go, collected by number 10, the sheet, and a similar right hand to the gravel. So, spraying gravel everywhere at turn one, trying his best to get out there on circuit. And we do have another follower, and down in the gravel curve, dropping down Time Street is David Jimenez. So on goes over at turn 10. So it's lost the front end there, and down he goes. He's having a solid range so far, and that's another rider out of the back, point scoring group.
What's happening to those guys, as you said, very the temperature was, it's a very focused it's very difficult from the break at that difference, that one more angle, one more on the red and we can be front.
Now here's the graph behind. We have Art McDonald just ahead of Romero. Now don't forget, Romero is fast on the way for the podium places. Just a few laps to go now. Follows up, he's already down in the 8 and a few more places that he was into the outside of the top 10. Art McDonald getting a little bit hairy there out of turn 7 through turn 8. Luckily, all composed for Hempel now entering the top 20 in the standings as well. But victory Everton got ahead of the Taro and ahead of the race. Good confidence and dangerous path of the unit, but so far, Thursday has stayed strong way at the front. He has
managed to get the early run. He doesn't have a huge amount of heavy advantage put away by the second controller, but he has enough to Taro behind him.
A little bit of movement there from the rear tyre of Manuel Brinton. Takes it into the corner. to really get a boost actually with Arch McDonald just heading out. Perhaps this is where Arch is coming into his own element. Tires are getting a little bit more wear in them, and Spike's moving out. Moving about a little bit more underneath you. He's doing a little bit more comfort. But Varga though, meanwhile, moves up the inside. Above where Varga is not able to make the lead time, but he is able to make second place. Now Venturini from Varga to Caro in P3, and working away in fourth. 3S. Number 62 is a Yamaha called 4 out on circuit.
Well, they're doing exactly what you got to get out of the race. But still not as a retirement, I mean, maybe back to what I can't actually see on the tracker at this point. But yeah, so the actual power is exactly the same. It looks like obviously I'm starting to get how that's the same. As you said, it's very hard to get
yeah, just heading for turn 3 at the moment. Fingers crossed down there in some of the pit difficulties. But Caro is trying to defend from the behind, of course, where Eric mentioned earlier on, after cracking start. It comes through now in P5. Seward has wet the next place up into the podium place. The fight for the podium place. Now though, P5. What a great result it would be as the Manuel Brinson has began cut all back through in P6. He has
obviously got a cracking start where the lights went out in front of chaos at turn 1. So don't get lots of results, but perhaps not quite got back ever so much in that place.
Whether the case, he will continue to defend Archie McDonald, and if he gets so westward off, it's going to feel like a race where he has to work very, very hard for it. Now, the worst part when we go yet again. Eric Varga just ahead of Venturini, a change of the lead for the first time in quite a few laps. Venturini is unstoppable at the front, now with a 6 of the lead. Just ahead now, still ahead of Manuel Brick. So that's your fight further down the order for six. Top 5 leads, but of course in the 6K, that's going to be for a valuable spot inside the top 5. 7 laps remaining.
Outside line heading into turn 4, going around the outside of Richard through long right-handed canyon. It looks like he has. That's a great move for the straight.
Venturini in second position still. Now, this is a chance to learn a little bit for Eric Varga as he finds it. Okay, now, you extra chances to leader. Eric, or Iker, down in P26. If the team looks like you were repairing his right handlebar of some sort, something not feeling right on there, now doesn't take the brake lever. Not necessarily sorry, but it is no longer pointing at the rest. So, Garcia is going to be an exercise of hoping that somehow points can be scored, but you have to estimate that long down the pit after the crash of the first lap, picking up the bike, having to get the restarting. It's nearly an impossible task, but with the championship at hand, you're going to try everything.
As we try everything, up 1 point, 8 points matter, and then after what happened, I don't want to how close it is to the fight as it stands.
Well, as it stands, we're about to have 6 laps remaining here in the Stock European Championship. Come over the line now, break the lead, still a gap. P4, top 4 runners, but 24 wins in P5 Puerta. Now, back towards turn 1, where Varga is a little bit wide for the entry from Venturini, luckily staying in possession. Guitaro spoke about his mistake over at Misano, and now continuing to run in P3. It's still a chance for him to pick up potentially 20 points, if not 25. Battle is not done yet for like Guitaro. They need 16 points, but half that shot to get at the champion fight. Not the bad stuff. Guitaro dropping the close to him. That's what it wasn't. A different far than perhaps has the pace. And actually, at the time, we're taking the chance to head to the final 1 point here of Garcia. Yeah, a 1 point decider could potentially be in store in Valencia into 3 times. And look like you that's not win that one on full. Varga no time on turn 9 we head down back straight for him to take the championship lead and for him to claim the championship position 1 point. He is going to have to win this, so Venturini is showing no sign of stopping and putting on that pressure. Michael Brinton, well, now has dropped behind Archer McDonald. So Archer McDonald up into P6.
McDonald recovering well after dropping down at the side. Probably what we expected him to happen. Just to talk about Varga and then last lap, Varga 147.5, then 147.7. Gap at the last second point was 4 tenths. So it looks like Varga just took away from the lead, although that gap is down to about 3 tenths now. So, maybe not done just
yeah, and actually, here comes Romero. Takes the move on Brinton further back. Taro looks to move at turn 1. And Huerta comes back into the swing of things. Up to 4 it goes. At 1 step. So, number 16 now ahead of 6 to 3. It's now 5 stands. 5 laps to go. It's still a one-month call for exactly who the race saver is going to be. A lot of pressure now, of course. Up on time. The right of Archie McDonald is going to have a long lap penalty. Serve that for a shortcut at turn 1 and 2. And this is number 61. So there's one there for Delmo. Of course, Stoke Kawasaki rider. And the number 35 of side. Also have a penalty. Now, he has a double long lap also served. At the moment, Jack, quite a penalty coming through that top pitch, so now receiving a double long lap.
Trenton has to get from McDonald after starting to recover from dropping back at the start of the race. Shortcut turn 1 to 3 is where the long lap loop is, but if you do go off and you're not taking the long lap, you have to a certain amount of time in that sector or you are penalised. And it's worth that getting ahead of Rotaro at turn 10 and the number 16 are once again.
Yeah, really good draw here for a had took a breather in the mid part of the race, and now they're in the latter half of the action. It's time to get to work yet again. It's time to pile on the pressure on the likes of Victor Rini. And also for Tarzan, Christopher Vinton said it's his chance to bring down that margin, but when you have it where Varga is the lead, and number one of your title rivals now, realistically, you have to try your best to finish the front of it.
Rotaro would ideally for the number 73 time to chance. But Varga up into the second head eventually. Back away, and Rotaro takes advantage around the outside of turn 2. The number 73 moves into P3.
Incredible stuff there. Goes around the outside now. It's a big grab line, and now that's going to have to move to 3 as well. So dropping back down to P5 is venturing. Now keep in mind, you completed just a few laps to go ago, and now back down to P5. So what can we do for this? Got a lot of work left in this race. All running within the 147 bracket. All very, very similar lap times. Huerta, terminal best last time around, showing once again that his form is really coming to the front of the action with just 3.5 laps to go.
Huerta was on the podium at Lugano last time out, so he'll that obviously a slightly unexpected podium from 14 on the grid as it stands. But a 147 last time out, 67 William Varga, as we see the number 16 up on the inside at turn 10. A trademark move for Huerta to take the lead of the race away from Eric Varga.
Down the inside, Huerta went at turn 10, and well that was a 10-foot manoeuvre. Away he goes into the lead of the race. Soon to make it 3 laps remaining. Whereas Varga, you've been watching this one unfold from second place and towards the line. He's on to the lap, it was a 1 second advantage in the swing of things for Varga. Now, crossing the line, all the way change of position, and a change of championship leader that would be. But Peter Garcia handed him back a 4-point advantage heading into the final round. Rotaro also side by side with Trias, and also looking at the inside of his initial race leader of Huerta. Now got back to 6. Varga hits the front yet again on the 47.
It shows how crucial Varga finished first or second at this point would be to the touch point. Because there is a 1 point ahead or 4 points behind Garcia. Of course, if he doesn't finish second, it will be the one. On the red side, that's fine. That's not the distance track limit violation. As Garcia brings the Yamaha back to the pit once again.
Instead now, then is the race start. Into the pit lane, so what we do is pit box, well, running in 26 not around 26. and back into the ball. Sergio Garcia and Steve, quick chat and steps off, and away back to paddock. Alberto Ferrandez, and then a pat on the back as well. Difficult times down there in Iker Garcia camp, but still also playing for in Valencia. Puerta, a carbon copy moves the last time around. Now, once again, steals the lead from Eric Varga. Varga back down into second. Ricciardo continues to lurk in three. And now, Archibald McDonald up in three again. Again, of course, looking that long lap penalty there. All for that on the victory. Also in the mix. This one group is really bunching up again.
It is bunching up again. And McDonald isn't I don't think he has taken it. He's still on our time. Then he has to take it. And I think it would be bad. Last chance to take it. At the front of the field, clear. Taking the ball inside. Or it looks like it. So Huerta, the left-hand side of the track, sweeping across the head of for Eric Varga. And see McDonald just go in to take his spot back.
Yeah, Archibald McDonald is going to take the ball in that penalty. Puerta continuously victory. Also looking up the inside there. Oh, Korea. Ricciardo pushes all the way back to the side at the back of this group. We have a five-way scrap. We have a 10-wheeler at the front of this one. The sole race of the weekend for the Stock European Championship. And it is delivering out here on track. Good 1.5 laps will remain very, very soon. This is essentially the great rehearsal. This is the point where Venturini and Varga get themselves into right position. And for Ricciardo, second and five.
Exactly, as you said, dress rehearsal. Venturini fights back after dropping to the back of this grid. Taking a slight back to back into like Puerta just touched the green through turn 8. Something to keep an eye on for that final lap, as that could result in a change of result.
Down the back straight ahead yet again, a big look behind, but suddenly you realise there's a bear to breathe right in the north side, heading down towards turn 10, tipping it in. Venturini putting a lot of pressure, and there's contact between the two of them. Somehow they both stayed on. It was from the against Blackfield, both of them remain upright, and none of them have lost any time. It continues to be Puerta from Venturini and Varga in third, and now Ricciardo takes the rear four.
Ricciardo on this final run down into turn 1 to try and get the person pace if he wants a proper chance of the title. Puerta will suspend from Venturini. No, it's quick down the straight, but as is Varga, who goes to the inside. Number 47 looking to move from third to first on the run into turn 1, and it's done it before the Bridgestone. Can anyone respond?
Into turn 1 we go now. Puerta's on the outside like Venturini down the inside. He goes to Ricciardo, also looking to fall through round the outside at turn 2. You have a yellow flag out over at turn 10, and here's that contact between first and second last time around. Somehow, both of them remaining upright at the straight angle here. Again, Venturini slightly aggressive there. What is it? And contact himself for behind. Making our way out of turn 4 towards turn 5 on the final lap of action. Ricciardo's got himself up in 6th position. Puerta pressing the bike. The crew right in the rounds underneath the MP4. This is going to go down to the final sector and the final corner.
It is going to go down to the final sector, but as it stands, the yellow flag out in turn 10 and 11. That is taking way overtaking of the team. We're not sure why that is out. It looks like number 2 and stop on track on our time, on our tracking screen. So we're not 100% sure on that. So, turn 10, yellow flag still out. There's no overtaking of the team here.
It should be on the LED panels. Now it's out though. The LED panels are now out. So overtaking cameras, zooming the back cameras in the final sector. Puerta and Reyes battling for 4th position out on circuit. Only a couple of corners now remain. Despite the sole stock race of the weekend, it's going to be a massive win for Eric Varga, as he can hold on to this one with one corner remaining. Varga hits the final corner now and makes his way towards the line. Big victory from Ricciardo. It's 1 and 2 from Iker Garcia's championship rival, and he watches on from the pit. Victory in P3, in P4, and Alvaro Puerta rounded out the top 5 after a sensational Stock European Championship race. What a ride it was for Eric Varga. Of course, super experienced in the MotoGP World Championship and upgraded so last.
plenty of track time this year. Hats on right. So Taro, he's happy with that one. Did very late. We had to work hard for it. Of course, starting from that second row of the grid, it wasn't that simple. We had our turn one in the whippers, and we're back 4 5 second flag after that one. I'm sure what he's on celebrating from a type of ride off. Wonder what it could have been. However, it's not over yet. The championship heads to the final round. The championship is on your track as it excites to 2025. So a couple of relays on that straight. Goes from a manual Britain actually. It's done a cracking job of keeping that 600 on this up on the end. Varga is having a quite really a differentiate of back straight, but 81 points now to the name of the top class, and one tail round. So then, over at first 10, celebrate with the fans down there that seem to watch all the action. Big grandstand there, and there is how things look. How we thought 1 point in the swing of things, and a switch around for Varga and Garcia. Rest off the podium though. Where's Varga? I don't think it went just yet. Tilted all the celebration. I'm sure that the gap is now in his favour by just 1 point. That one's to keep in mind. Whereas Varga enters in 10th, which with 4 point deficit. Championship rider. Yep, and now it's all been flipped on its head. Turn 1 drama unfolded. 47. The pets. So the R6 rolls into Park Fermi, attaching high flying hugs. And cheers all around for himself. Varga says yes, he won. First win of the year, first best result of second. In the hunt for that first win. And now, finally making his way, of course, to second place over at Mountain Course and third at Aragon. So another podium. And now first. 1 place, 5 points extra. Jadwal, Taro. Runner up in this one does remain 3 in standard. Well, all my long. Victory majority of that race standing comes from one fair stage. Scores are held up for post profit. And whereas Varga, well, that's a few moments time, but we can hear the first words and the first reaction from our top winner. How much it means to everyone on the train. Taro also congratulating Varga for the win. Of course, still so young. Such a bright future ahead. But we'll just have a look on the main straight now. The race winning overtake with Varga breaking it out towards the track. Somehow coming out on top. Does hold 1-3 win. Stands up. Performance on the celebration delight, and now MotoGP Championship race winner in 2025. Ibrahim Varga in P1 here in Barcelona. One, race up. Park there, mate. Yeah. Victory here in the JuniorGP Championship in Barcelona and in the championship heading to Valencia. How do you feel after that one?
I'm so happy, you know, I got a bit of lucky. But anyways, I had a really unlucky season in the first part, no problems, unfast, and also what happened is Frank Borja and also Barcelona is really bad thing. But anyways, we are here and we are always pushing, and I'm so happy to take this victory. I just want to say thanks to everybody who helped me to get here. My father, my sister, my mother, all the family, sponsors, and really Paco, my trainer. Muchas gracias Paco por todo. Vámonos por más. And yeah, I can't believe it. I'm so happy. I came from a far way back and now I'm here. So thank you guys.
So hold on to it with your hands back there.
Köszönöm szépen mindenkinek. Nagyon hálás vagyok és nagyon boldog, hogy most ezt megélhetem. És hát azt, hogy most vezetem a bajnokságot, az elképesztő. Nagyon jó verseny volt, szeretném megköszönni mindenkinek, aki támogatott, és velem volt a nehéz időszakokban, mert nagyon nehéz első fele volt a szezonnak, de most már tudunk ezen, és megyünk a többért, megyünk és megpróbálunk megszerezni mindent. Szeretném megköszönni mindenkinek, szponzoroknak, családnak, Pakolnak és Tényleg, aki ezt hozzátett.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Eric Varga is finally champion winning 2025. This is how it unfolded. Championship drama at the start. Antonio Garcia hit the deck the long way. This was from the east. Jadwal caught up in the incident before the gravel track. Garcia with a really good start. Back up the circuit, the hunt of points. Calvin was damaged to his feet. Handlebar was mentally bent. Punched it back into Wayne. The victory at the end of the field. Car was also involved in the fight. Now, they're going to be returned to the pit. It would turn into an eventual retirement. This further back, turn 10, proven. Incredibly tricky here today. Fred Carter bent on the inside though, up into second. Start of its late car. Would lead a few laps. There's also involved at the back. There's a long way. Yeah. Joint outcome, circuit, this is a few laps trying to score any sort of points possible. He's running up the circuit in 26. Well, one, turn one. Get out of the attention, the championship rival, Roland. Fight for the all-important 25 points. Greg Varga looks desperate for the victory, desperate. Only the maximum points available. He's pushing through the limit. Goes in round the outside towards turn one. And here Garcia was forced to retire. A second trip to pit lane, and that was all thrown. However, the fight to the front went down to the last couple of laps. Us McDonald involved in it too for him to serve head of the long lap. Penalty for a short stop at turn 1. 3. Losing the front though at turn 10 was number 2. Frustrated with himself, but nonetheless, Greg Varga was pushed to the limit all the way to the white line. Somehow holding on to things. It was a race that went down to the last sector of action. Quintaro tried his best to hold it off, but Greg Varga became the victor in the sole race of the JuniorGP Championship in Barcelona, the championship for 2 weeks. Up on to 3 yes now. Of course. Second place will go the way. That's Quintaro. what an incredible race for him. So lightning for his fellow riders, I'm sure, and so for Eric Varga. P1 for Hungary. Handshakes all around, smiles all around too. Now, trophy and out. Top race on the start. And the trophy here to the representative, and of course, third place. Victory now receiving his trophy. Still rocking the very good of that. Jadwal now, second place himself. Delighted with that one. Eric Varga now lifts up the trophy, takes out the trophy, celebrations are always beginning before hard work begins again for the finale. The line up. That means Varga delighted with that one. Doing that fan club. Playing out here in Barcelona. Set back to get to this point. But nonetheless, it's P1 today, and that's all which will matter. So smile for the trophy. On the JuniorGP Silver later on this afternoon. For 25 local time here. And of course that rounds off all the track action today. Seco could be open for the final time here at round 6. Involved in the celebration, giving Eric Varga a token. 47 is P1. I'm sure not going to mind now of success. Here's the race results though. Varga, 1/10 of a second, is won by over Jadwal. Off the podium. Yes, and Alvaro Fuertes round out in top 5. Arch McDonald taking 6th and first place on the Honda. And Santos Romero and Emmanuel Brinton round out on top 9. Emmanuel Brinton still back in the half of the race. Garcia taking 10. Brad Ruiz and Alberto Garcia out our top 12. Jose Sanchez and Bam Rosales round out the top 15. Bringing it in. Now, of course, right throughout that race, Little Aqua, one of them, of course, the last from the finish. Garcia, one of the most notable. Yeah, also involved in that turn 1. Now, though, the multiple setbacks physically and mentally for Eric Varga, round 6. Championship rider. Just one round remains in 2025. Well, Mr. Garcia now drops second. 1 point in it. Jadwal 12 behind everything to point for. Circuit Ricardo Tormo plays host to the final round of the season. What today is set to be. Multiple championships still to be decided. Going for Eric Varga. one step closer to making the dream a reality. Paddock. Look at the path over point shoulders so far this season. The free riders in contention with just one round remaining. Such as the Barcelona-Catalunya has been this incredible action throughout the day, and now has made Ivo Eric Varga a race winner, and most importantly, a championship winner. For myself, Lunatree and Jack Haney for the whole weekend, and it's goodbye for now, but cannot wait to see how all the action unfolds in Valencia. And until then, it is goodbye.
konflik serunya tidak ada habis. Samsung Galaxy S25 FE. Ya, masuk dari konflik serunya tidak ada habis. Samsung Galaxy S25 FE. Konten online bisa jadi coba. Samsung Galaxy S25 FE. Konten online bisa jadi coba. Samsung Galaxy S25 FE.
Samsung Galaxy S25 FE. Samsung Galaxy S25 FE. Ini apa? Ini seharian, ini makin fun. Samsung Galaxy S25 FE. Ini apa? Ini seharian, ini makin fun. Samsung Galaxy S25 FE.
Well, hello Indonesia, selamat siang dan selamat datang di Samsung Galaxy S25 FE Fun Kita di hari yang luar biasa, di hari adalah hari Grand Final juga dari MPL Indonesia Season 16. Yang pastinya Fun Match kali ini dipersembahkan oleh official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Dan teman-teman semuanya, Fun Match kali ini bakal seru banget karena kalian gak hanya bisa menyaksikan aja, tapi juga bisa ikut serta nih yo. Demi apa? Gaming pakai Samsung Galaxy S25 series dan Samsung Galaxy terbaru. Oh my god, Samsung Galaxy 25 FE benar worth it. Performanya gak kalah keren teman-teman, dengan harga yang menurut gue tuh ramah banget ganteng. Dan demi apa? Bisa mabar no limit, bisa no overheat, berkat sistem power chamber yang lebih besar dengan baterai 4900 mAh yang dilengkapi dengan super fast charging 45 watt, bikin gaming tahan seharian. Terus prosesornya juga udah improve, bikin gak nge-lag. Pokoknya gaming pakai Galaxy S25 FE ini beneran worth it. Worth it banget ya Dit ya. Dan tentu saja karena ini Grand Final. Ya, tentu saja kita nggak main seharian dong. Nanti Onik sama Ae nggak main tuh nontonin kita kan. Tapi kita akan main one game to decide all. Dan kita memang bakal bilang sama kalian bisa ikut serta. Tapi masing-masing tim akan ada yang ngelit nih. Kira-kira siapa ya bakal ngelit mereka ya? Wow, menarik nih ya. So, tanpa berlama-lama kita akan segera panggilkan dari sudut merah dengan rank mitik perbatasan. Berat, gak berat-berat banget, tapi juga gak ringan. Karena yang tipis dan ringan itu ya Galaxy S25 FE, nyaman dipakai gaming seharian dan gampang dibawa kemana-mana. Gak ganjel di kantong celana. Dan daripada kita promosi terus, langsung saja kita panggilkan Diko! 10 kali bermain, 10 kali WO. Wah, Diko sudah hadir ke dalam stage kita. Dan tentu saja, iklan lo boleh juga tuh gue denger tadi ya. Cakep ya. Yoi, tapi tenang, karena dari sudut biru sedang membuktikan diri sebagai worth it dirinya bermain Mobile Legends. Karena yang benar worth it ada di Samsung Galaxy 25 FE. Ini dia, Mas Ege. Bermain 10 kali, 5 kali menang, 5 kali tidak tahu kemana. Inilah dia Mas Candy yang sudah hadir di sudut biru. Candy Mapermetin. Oh, bukan Mas Candy. Oh Candy. Sama aja. Iya, ingat omongan tuh gak bisa diedit. Tapi kalau Bube bisa ngedit foto lebih estetik, Samsung Galaxy S25 FE jawabannya bro. Karena didukung fitur generatif edit dari Galaxy AI. Kita bisa upload objek ganggu, ubah ukuran, dan bikin gambar objek yang lucu dan estetik yang bisa bikin konten sesuai kreativitas
kaget.
Wow, luar biasa ya pasti ya Gemini ini ya. Tapi yang pasti tuh ngobrol-ngobrol dulu. Boleh. Boleh banget. Kedua petinju kan salah. Oh, salah. Petarung ya. Oke. Ya akan bertanding juga sebagai leader dari kedua tim ya. Tim biru nih, gimana kabar kalian berdua? Mantap. Sangat baik. Sangat baik. Mas Dendi masih sibuk ya sepertinya nih ya. Lumayan ya. Alhamdulillah ya. Alhamdulillah. Niko gimana? Aman ya, sibuk juga ya. Ini kan kita ada di Farmers nih, Niko dan juga Mas Dendi nih. Kira-kira kalian udah berlatih belum sehari sebelum gitu? Kita nontonin MPL terus ya pokoknya ya. Kita nontonin MPL, tapi kayaknya kita nggak perlu latihan lah. Udah jago kita. Cocok. Apa itu? Oke, udah bercanda dia. Cuman kan teman-teman di sini yang bakal kalian pilih nih, Niko dan juga Mas Dendi. Coba lebih marketing dong. Iya. Marketing gua. Ya, simple aja sih. Kalau mau menang cuma gua aja udah. Simple. Pada titik hero gua tuh pasti udah paling terbaik. Nah, kayak kan server itu action sih. Boleh ya? Bentar. Masuk. Boleh. Dari Niko, coba dari Niko silakan. Iya, kalau nggak mau kalah jangan masuk ini. Oke. Gitu aja. Lebih simple lagi ya. Lebih simple lagi. Oke, menarik nih ya, karena yang pasti teman-teman semua ya, nanti Niko dan juga Sandy ini bakal jadi tim leader dari masing-masing timnya, dan kita bakal mengundang nantinya untuk teman-teman yang sudah memenangkan Samsung Challenge. Itu jujur Mas Sandy megangin celana mulu, kenapa sih, ada apa sih celana ini? Ini ada HP. Oke. Padahal nggak kelihatan loh tadi. Iya. Mata gue gitu. Kayak kantong tebelnya apa tuh? S2 Ultra. Langsung tuh ya, dipakai ya. Pakai tipisnya ya. Pakai tipisnya nggak kerasa, saya masukin ke kantong juga nih. Jangan dong. Nggak boleh ya. Ada malah. Oh iya benar. Oke, dan kita sudah pasti mempersiapkan juga untuk nantinya beberapa player yang akan menemani kedua tim leader dari masing-masing tim. So, tanpa berapa lama kita langsung segera menginvite untuk pemenang dari Samsung Challenge. Silakan untuk maju ke depan tim dan bergabung bersama kami. Silakan. Kita tadi dengar mereka ini dari Samsung Challenge dari hari pertama playoff, Mas. Datang. Iya, dari di sini. Enggak. Enggak tahu. Enggak tahu. Pulang enggak? Halo. Gila. Tiba-tiba kedatangan Rine ini langsung. Rine lagi di belakang. Rine main nama gua. Rine lagi di belakang tim. Sama ya. Dan samping Mas Iko. Sama Mas Iko. Oh ya, kita ada. Siapa masalahnya Mas? Rio. Nah, ini ada 50. Kata-kata aja hari ini, Pak. Ini tadi namanya siapa? Rio. Rio semua ya. Kita keluarga Yo. Keluarga Yo. Oke, dan kembali akan kami invite ya untuk pemenang dari Samsung Challenge untuk bergabung ke atas stage bersama kedua tim leader yang ada di bagian depan. Untuk pemenang dari Samsung Challenge silakan maju ke depan. Ganteng banget ini dia. Nah, ini kayaknya kita mundurannya ke Roy Abdul nih. Dan itu bisa agak bergeser ke belakang. Karena kan ini luas kan. Iya, biar kita bisa kebagian spotnya semua nih pastinya. Nah, ini orang-orang pilihan nih. Ini para pemenangnya ya. Wah, aman. Jago nih. Gile. Ada Kangiri. Gokil. Bentar, Niko. Kayak ini belum pernah mulai deh kita. Itu. Niko. Yang penting belah tengah. Itu gongnya kan, dua soalnya kan. Betul. Oh, dari Mas Dendi ada siapa? Dia ada Rine satu. Ada Brusko, ada Saikon.